Welcome, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Session 42. Last we left off, the Lucky Sevens had been making their headway through the Emerald Bay to the continent of Ionia, specifically to the southern country of Darmstadt, where they are making their journey northward from the country of Argyll in the south. Crossing over the equator of the world, though, they are going to realize that winter has only just started for this region, where it was summer in the southern portions of the world. It is now winter in the northern portions of the world, where most of the land of the world is. And so, upon finding themselves in the port, it is a rather chilly day as you're disembarking from the Anbani. The Anbani having been delayed a bit from their original sort of landing date, they have sort of taken a bit of a hit when it comes to some of the cargo that they're disembarking with. When it comes to payout, being late is never good in the eyes of a client. And so, having to carry on some of those losses and see what they can do to recoup some of the personnel that they lost on board. Well, it's going to be an expensive endeavor being here, getting back to some place that they can potentially grab more things to sell, or be able to find labor for cheap. That's going to be a task all on its own. But you, the Lucky Sevens, are free to disembark, and since you have pulled your weight on the ship, Captain Badger kind of looks towards all of you and wishes you all a safe travel wherever it is you're going next, as she has things to attend to, both at the port and on the water again.
Lagan would wish her safe travels and give her a quick little hug.
Yes, this very massive Goliath and a small gnome unintentionally lifting her up off the ground anytime that you go down to hug her, as she normally does not go past the top of your kneecap.
At least I don't pick her up and swing her around in circles like I used to.
Nah, nah. You have since outgrown that very childish notion. Realizing that as you've gotten taller since coming aboard, that's not exactly a well looked upon thing.
Not very professional either.
The larger races swinging around the smaller ones.
Arya's going to take her time to wish Captain Badger farewell, along with the rest of the crew.
The rest of the crew has enjoyed your stay with them, Arya, as I'm sure that you've provided some entertainment for the the crew, as well as pitched in your part when it came to the different things that they encountered across the water that caused the delay.
Lagan would take a moment with Master Morgan and let him know that we'll be in touch as best we can as we're able. I don't know how far we've got to go. I don't know when this would be over, but keep your eye out.
I'm always keeping an eye and ear out for you, lad.
Keep an ear out too. Give him a big bear hug, because I know he can take it.
He does the same. He gives you a
But
big, strong, giant kin hug.
watch out for yourself. Take care of everyone as you can.
As is my
So,
job. And may the Wild Mother walk with you.
and you as well. And then Lagan would make his way to the rest of the party.
All right.
So where are we off to now?
Well, let's see. What city are we in, Coffee?
You are in a town called Pearlgate, which is a little fishing port at the just south along the. It's on a river delta. It is south of the Sapphire Sea. Let me pull up the map for y'all so that you can know where you are.
Yeah, please do. If you could put like a little section of the map within our journals, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I've got you looking at the map in Roll20 right now.
Excellent.
So you are currently here.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
So south of the town of Silverleaf and of the Sapphire Sea, and you're let me from what you've gathered as far as information goes, you are headed towards this this volcano in the north.
Okay. All right. So we are. Excuse me while I go ahead and draw on the map here, because I love drawing.
Yes, get it.
Wow. This is ellipse. This is not working with the tools I have. We're there.
Lagan, being
you're
from
there.
the area, knows that we probably need to make our way to Silverleaf,
Mm-hmm.
or at least in that direction before anywhere else.
Yep. There's two routes that you can go. You can go upriver if you wanted to, or you can go the road. The road is usually much faster because the river water tends to be kind of unstable sometimes.
No particular offense, but I really don't want to be on ice cold water anymore.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't either, to be honest.
I'm just happy to touch land again. And she kneels down and like just shoves her hands into the dirt.
It is kind of cold shoving your hands into the sand of the of the port.
The
Ugh.
faster the river moves, the colder it is.
It looks like we might have a climb ahead of us. No river or path goes directly to the Obsidian Peak.
There are some, but they're not well known through the mountains.
That's actually a good thought. Lagan, Ionia is your homeland, isn't it?
Yes, more particularly the mountains above the Sapphire Sea and the passes through.
So you're somewhat familiar with
Blood,
the landscape.
Blood Ridge, if I'm not mistaken.
Bloodstone Ridge is the closest.
Bloodstone
So
Ridge.
yeah, the closest town to where your village was.
Uh, my people make their community in the mountains above the Bloodstone Pass. Bloodstone Ridge. Sorry. And,
Arya kind of cocks her head at you. Is everything okay?
what do you mean?
I feel like you've been a little bit off since we got here. Something about your cadence.
tone.
Does Arya remember the night she returned, Lagan telling her everything that he had told Rune about how he left, why he left, how he came to be a part of the crew with Dan Bonnie?
Arya does remember that, but that's kind of why she's checking in.
I'm as well as I can be. It's been 26 years since I've been home, or as close to home as I am now. And unless we go way out of our way, every step we take will bring us closer. And Lagan, knowing the area that he does, knows that if they're going to find a way to get to those passes, he's going to have to go home. Because some of the elders, if they survived, would be potentially the only ones that know the safe routes to get to the Obsidian.
As far as the routes you know already, yes.
And
Arya.
as
Go ahead.
sorry, as Arya knows, Lagan has no clue if anyone survived.
Yeah. She's gonna come up to Lagan, and just right in front of him, hold both of his hands in hers. I trust you to lead us the way, but I want it to be a fair reminder, no matter what we face or come across, you won't be alone. You will not have to face anything alone. We'll go by what your call is, Lagan. This is the land you're familiar with.
You're muted.
Sorry. I never felt that I'd be alone with y'all at my backs and us, my new crew. But if we're going to do this, we've got a ways to go, so best bet would be to see about getting a cart or mounts for passage from here to at least through to the Bloodstone Ridge. And if you don't have any cold clothes, you best be getting them now.
Most everyone has already picked up all of that, yeah.
Because it's only going to get colder, and the higher we go, the colder it gets.
I think I want to blend in with the folks around here, so I'm gonna pick up a few articles, maybe some furs. And Arya's just going to hop away into the market.
There should be quite a few of those around.
Yep, there's plenty of places that that sell warm clothing, so you can pick up some extra warm clothes if you would like.
Perfect. I'm gonna add those in the inventory.
You can do so, I believe, if you want to get a full set of clothes. Obviously, that's going to be full set of clothes price.
I have clothes common and clothes travelers. Those
Yeah.
are cold weather clothes, are they?
Yeah, traveler's clothes. We've been indicating that those are your warm clothes for colder climates.
Well then.
Whoops, I have northern gear also listed as traveler's clothes. I just didn't see it because I wasn't paying attention.
Lagan would look for potentially a pair of nice fur-lined boots, because his boots are dress boots.
Mm-hmm.
Are the only boots he has.
That's perfectly
Think it might be a
fine.
smart idea to get a tent or two.
You've been adventuring in dress boots?
Yeah. Other than the gala with Lord Kaiji, Lagan has not worn shoes at all. Boots, nothing.
Man has just been running around barefoot.
He's a barefoot boy. Yep.
I have not
Yeah.
processed this at all.
He's absolutely a barefoot boy, unless unless everything calls for it. So I was finding um
Yes, let's get some tents. That would be great.
intense. Okay. So so yes, every one of you should have like a cold weather outfit in your inventory. Um because you've already bought all of those. The which would include like cold weather boots already. So you have a pair of cold weather boots already, Lagon, unless you want something specific. Um, as far as if you're looking to add extra stuff, you can add whatever it is you're looking to add extra for 1 gold piece apiece. Um, and tents. Let me look at the pricing for tents.
Lagan was specifically looking for boots for from home.
Yeah, okay. So if you're wanting to trade it out, yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, that's all.
Since the ones that you own from your cold weather clothing are not from home, they're from Argyll. They're more your cold weather clothes are definitely very Argyll in nature. Um, so it's the sort of clothing culture that Argyll has. A 2-person tent is 2 gold and weighs 20 pounds. And there's 5 of you.
That's a bag.
Yep.
So what? We want to get 2 tents, shove 3 people into one.
Look, as most of you will have noticed, Lagan spends most of his evenings outside. He doesn't really, especially when we're traveling, he doesn't sleep in tents.
He likes to watch the stars, and also he has a very, very warm bedroll. It seems.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes sleeps without it in summer weather.
Man's got those thermals.
Yep, he got them thermals. He got them.
He's got that
Very
natural
warm,
cold resistance.
very natural cold resistance as well. So he's even when the temperature drops to like nearing freezing, he's okay.
Okay, well that works. We'll get 2 then.
Because he's got
They're-
warm clothes to sleep in. He's got a warm bedroll to sleep in, should he need it, and then Oz is naturally cold resistant. But you do know, Lagon, that even your cold resistance, getting to that high into the mountains, doesn't protect you all the time.
Right. That's why I have those clothes, and that's why I'm looking for the boots. And I'm looking for boots from home specifically because they're going to be meant for actually getting up into the mountains.
Right. Yep. Mountain climbing boots, which is
And you said they were 2 gold apiece.
for
The tents.
yes, 2 gold apiece for the tents. 20 pounds to add to your bag of holding.
Okay. How many tents do we need?
Yeah.
There are only 2 per person tent.
Yep, 2-person.
Okay.
And then if you want to restock on some materials for camping, obviously there's tinderbox, things like that. to
And
get fires
and
started.
we also need to do a little restocking on rations too.
Yes,
Yeah.
you do need to restock on food. So, to for getting you potentially to where you're going, um, to get to Bloodstone Ridge, is going to be. Let's see. Let's look at the distance here, because that's going to be several hundred miles, I think. Looking at the map. Let me pull up my map with distance, because I don't have that calculated at the moment. Okay, yeah, it's from where you are now to Bloodstone Ridge is roughly 350 miles. So that's you generally get like 10 miles in a day if you're walking, including with a cart.
Okay.
And so that would be roughly a month's worth of a month
I
and a half worth of fat rations for each of you.
I figured it would be a month and a half, just looking at this
Mm-hmm.
walking.
Yep, especially if you're walking just a straight shot and you're not really stopping anywhere.
Yeah.
Closer to 4 months if you're going to make stops, like major cities and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's
Knowing
not my plan,
Kurobe
but
and
Would
knowing
this
Kurobe
pack
and Arya will probably have like fresh food and whatnot.
Yeah,
Hmm.
the since there's a cold section of the bag that Kurobe is gonna Kurobe is gonna buy a lot of fresh ingredients to put in there. They will they will keep for a while, but as far as long term, if you want to like stock up on a month's worth of rations, then yeah, that's something you can do. And there's always the option that through all of this you can like buy more fresh ingredients or go hunting or anything like that to be able to get like more fresh food. But otherwise, you're going to be spending a month about on dry foods and canned goods. Anything that's cured for long periods of time, jerky,
Yeah.
those sorts
Yeah.
of things.
Does this small town we're in right now have a bookstore?
It's a small bookstore. What were you looking to buy?
Books that would specialize in the grasslands, the mountains, the volcanoes, and the savanna land from around this area.
Okay, okay. So you're kind of looking for like maps and sort of information on in regards to that.
Yeah, not really maps, things, but things that will just like inform me about the different biomes. As you know, I'm trying to do
Since
eventually become an expert in that.
uh, s- mm, become an expert in it, that's gonna be um that's going to be tricky to do because you barely even know that these things exist until you go and look at a map. Uh, and then once you do realize, oh, this is a very varied sort of habitat in that is part of this continent. So becoming an expert in that is too broad. Becoming an expert um, in the wildlife and things like that of the grasslands of the area would certainly be possible, but getting all of that is going to take longer than a month's worth of time.
I figured it would take a very long time. I've already bought books previously about just generic overall view of different types of lands and religion.
Mm-hmm. Um, and this particular bookstore isn't going to be very big, so it's not going to have a lot of that information. It's going to have very generic information about the surrounding area, which is, getting to Silverleaf maybe for Diamond City, but that's really as far as that goes. Um, as far as information that it has, and a lot of what they have for Silverleaf and Diamond City is like tourist information, which is like the sights to see, the food to eat, the people to rub elbows with, this, that, and the other thing. Um, that's what you would find in regards to those other cities. As far as nature books go, you would find that a lot of the surrounding grassland is farmed to grow crops and things like that. So there's a lot of farming that goes on as well. There's some farming towns between um, Pearlgate and Silverleaf, and that's that's kind of the information that you would find going to a store like that. And if you wanted to purchase any of those anything, you can do so at we'll say a gold piece.
Seems like they don't quite have the books I'm looking for here.
Yeah, no, not as far as like if you're looking to research, biomes and things like that. But that's kind of what you would see, and if none of that really is something that you want to take with you on your journey, that's perfectly fine.
You're looking more for a survival guide than
Mm-hmm.
anything else.
As far as survival guides go, yeah, this town doesn't really have them.
Oh, no, I'm trying to get an expertise on nature, not survival.
Oh, like an expertise on nature. Okay, um, yeah, that's gonna be a more specific kind of venture, and you're gonna find more research about that in bigger cities probably, or in smaller farmer
Silverleaf.
towns. You never know.
Silverleaf would most likely have more of that than where we are at this moment.
That's kind of the impression you get, yeah. But there's like fishing, like cargo carts that go up and down between Silverleaf and the Pearl Gate, and so you can always go with one of these caravans to do that.
Oh,
So wait,
we could
there's
see
fish
if
around here. Would they have a book on fish?
Oh yeah, they have plenty of stuff on fish. You look at the market and there are gobs and gobs of different kinds of fish that they fish out of the Emerald Bay and kind of the mouth out into the ocean. Uh,
Okay,
and
since nature does include animals, I will buy that. I will buy a book on fish from them.
all right, the various kinds of fish. There's information about their life cycles, their habitats, the kinds of habitats you find in the ocean outside of Pearl Gate. Because there's a lot of deep fish, there's a lot of surface fish, there's a lot of since it kind of opens out into the ocean, it's all saltwater fish. Um, and so that's the information that you have. So uh, you have information on saltwater fishing, and that book is going to cost you a gold piece.
Yeah, I deducted that.
Lagan would be looking around to see if any of the caravans that are going forward are potentially looking for guards.
Let me look at my notes here. They wouldn't say no to the help, but let's just see um, if that's something that is of particular danger here. Um, Checking
I'll
my
be right back.
notes. One moment.
At least as far as Silverleaf.
They would tell you that there are um some very precarious there's some very precarious spots along the road that can be very tricky when it comes to the different kinds of magic items because you know everlight torches or things of that sort are definitely something uh, that have been used on the road uh, as far as keeping lights, especially if they're traveling in the dark. But there have been spots where even those who might have those like kind of light spells and things like that to light something up, even that gets a little precarious some
How,
places on the road.
how so?
They describe it as wild magic. Where you don't know if it's going to harm you or you don't know if it's going to benefit you. It's a kind of a spot where using those kinds of things are avoided if at all possible.
Okay.
And they apparently dot the whole continent, so
Well, it's not anything we're not used to.
Do we want to look into purchasing mounts?
We could.
and just to kind of give you an idea of what this is looking like, it looks like there are a lot of Goliaths and humans, but you also see the occasional half orc, and you do see the occasional beast folk of different varieties. You do see a couple of Aarakocra kind of walking the market. You do see someone who kind of looks like they have the same kind of markings as River did. Kind of a tiger, sort of tabaxi sort of look. So there's definitely a lot of things going on, and a lot of these people seem to be wearing very heavy, sort of very heavy furs and coats, but also kind of wear they don't wear pants as you might know it. They all seem to wear very very heavy uh, heavy kilts and skirts that have like plaids or other patterns on them. Uh, kind of in a variety of different colors as well. And so everyone's just kind of settling into the winter and uh, seem to have their heavy clothing already kind of worn, and the ladies wearing very long sort of heavy skirts, the men kind of wearing slightly shorter kilts, but still made of heavy cloth, and they look very warm. And you see a lot of shrines and iconography and things like that of the creator gods around this place. As you're kind of walking around, kind of getting an idea of what this country is like. But was there anything else that y'all were wanting to purchase?
I'm gonna be honest. I think we probably should get mounts this time. If only to be able to pull the carts. If we get them. Alternatively, the mounts themselves would be able to carry any of our supplies.
Yeah, sounds like a smart idea. I mean, we likely do have the money for it, so.
It'll speed up the travel from through the snow and winter.
If we're hoofing it, it's quite a bit of distance from here to Bloodstone Ridge. So we can look for mounts or try to hire on with the caravans that move forward.
Why not both? Make up the money through the hires.
About how many hours per day do you think will be travel?
Pretty
Roughly,
much all day.
yeah, roughly speaking, the mechanic is 8 hours of travel.
Okay, with 8 hours of travel, I can actually be one of the mounts, using both of my shape-shifting charges for 4 hours each.
Oh. That is if if Kinwin would like to be a horse. I don't. As far as mountain creatures go, you haven't seen any just yet because you lived in a forest, but you do know of like large deer and horses. You've seen, of course, since you've been in cities. You've seen camels, uh, and other sort of desert sort of traversal animals. Uh,
Have you seen any
Can I
moose?
roll to see if I've seen a Skyrim horse?
a what?
A Skyrim horse.
A
They were
Skyrim.
notorious for being
Heavy
able to
mount.
climb mountains in slopes that they shouldn't have been able to.
God damn it.
Also known to fight dragons.
God damn it, Woden.
I can pull the cart. Also, hello.
As far as any mountain climbing sort of mounts, I don't know what would be generally different, aside from maybe sturdier horses
Clydesdales.
like Clydesdales and things like that. Yeah.
Big, probably big rams.
Can
Um,
medium beasts be a mount, or do they have to be bigger?
For the mountains, actually, Clydesdales might work, but for other horses, they would probably have shorter, stockier legs. A little bit thinner, kind of like the mountain goat, being able to spring from cliff to cliff in places that most people wouldn't even climb because of the sheer.
Are giant rams a thing? Because I want a giant ram.
More likely to find those in Bloodstone Ridge than where we are at
You
the
have
moment.
seen you have seen bears, so bears are definitely on the table, but they're not really a mount per
bears are
se.
acceptable.
Because
Not with that attitude, coffee.
okay, well, okay for animals that Kinwin could be though, he's definitely seen bears. He's definitely seen horses of a sort of flatland variety. Definitely seen camels. Definitely seen like deer and other sort of animals from the forest. Um,
What
maybe
about moose or elk?
moose or elk probably would be on the table because they would have come from the forest. So yeah, those are the sort of four-legged beasts
Elk
that
would
I
probably
think
be
he would be
better
able.
than moose because moose are really headstrong and big.
Well, this is also Kinwin. He could be anything and still be himself. So.
Oh, I was thinking as mounts because now all I have in my head is I want a bear.
But those are the animals that would be possible for you, and maybe and some ocean creatures, but that wouldn't be applicable to this particular situation.
Nor advised. They tend to hunt those around here.
I'm going to go
I
look
can
around and see what kind of
combine
mounts we
them
can
and
get.
be a seahorse.
God damn it, Kenlin.
What were you saying, TJ?
I would like to go look around and see what we can procure for different types of mounts that they would have.
You would find a place for stables. A lot of what they would have on hand here in this place would be sort of like flatland horses, because it is the surrounding area is flatland. Um, it's a little hilly, but it starts to get precarious for horses when you get closer to the mountains.
We're not likely to find mounts for climbing through the passes and mountains until we get to Bloodstone Ridge.
Yeah, and even then,
Maybe
it's
Silverleaf,
yeah,
but that's outside chance. It's more likely that once we get to Bloodstone Ridge, we'll find the mounts that can actually get us in or through the mountains.
right. And
And
we were
getting
describing
something
that it was like
from here to
a month and a half to travel that distance on foot as it is.
there, that's minimum.
Yeah,
Well, we could trade up our mounts there.
yeah. There's always that option.
That was the idea of finding mounts and looking into trying to hire on as like some kind of guard with the caravans that travel north from here and into the Bloodstone Ridge. We're at
Well,
least going to Silverleaf first. That'll be the first road north from
So,
where we are.
so just to kind of put that into perspective, traveling um, on foot yourself is going to take a month and a half, because that's 8 hours of walking on your own. Now, if you were to if you were to go with the caravan, they would have carts and hauling animals that would be able to make the travel time per day longer. So you would be looking more at like less than a month of travel time to kind of because that speed is not so much taken upon yourself. It is on the beasts of burden and on the carts. So the carts can actually move faster and put
go
less
longer.
toll on you. So the travel time per day is longer. Um, the you could just get someone who is going to simply travel and not make any stops. So you could essentially kind of pay someone to take you all the way there. Um, the and the roads are fastest for that, and they'll travel at the fastest speed that they can, which would shave more time off because of a faster pace. So it just depends on how quickly you want to get there.
Does Kinlan have any potential idea of how quickly we need to get to his sister village?
There was, from what you understand, Kenwin, there wasn't really much of a time crunch. Although, kind of getting there before the real storms of winter start setting in and start locking everybody on whatever side of the mountains they're on is better. You would know that as far as that goes. And you would know that too, Lagon. That once the kind of deep winter starts setting in, everybody's locked in onto whatever side of the mountains you're on, and that starts
Do I
as early as a month from now.
so
We should try to avoid that winter.
so get in there as quickly as possible is our best intent. As once winter sets in, even the passes become immovable and unapproachable. So, at worst, we have a month to get where we're going. Hmm.
And you know that you're already looking at around a month
Just
or
to get
so
to the
just to get to
Bloodstone
Bloodstone
Ridge.
Ridge. That's not even getting to the Obsidian Peak.
So, hiring on or hiring travel would probably be our best bets, as that will cut the time of travel down. I leave this to you for y'all to decide. We are going to be at the mercies of the weather, wherever we are. And if we don't get into the mountains to the Obsidian Peak before the winter sets in, it's unlikely that we'll get there
You'll have
without
to
a
wait
lot of
until
heavy
winter's
travel.
over. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I propose we
Eh,
get to Obsidian Peak and settle down there for the winter.
Yeah. Sounds about the best plan.
Poppy, are we going like
I
rules
think we
as
should
written
leave
prices?
Sorry, you both were talking at once. What was that, fat guy?
Are we talking rules as written prices, or
For
for
travel?
like for if we were to get like horses in the cart
Oh yeah,
for us?
I only ever do a little bit of wiggle room when things are supposed to be that expensive, but
Okay.
typically speaking, yeah, the common thing is that it's the prices in the book. So generally speaking,
Okay, a general cart is 15 gold plus draft horses are 50 gold apiece.
mm-hmm.
So that right there can carry all of our shit and one or two people, if not most of us, and we could travel.
At that, yeah, you would be traveling about the same speed as a caravan.
But does caravan speed get us to where we need to go in time? Does it get us to Obsidian Peak?
Getting you to Obsidian Peak is so if you went to if you like beelined it from Bloodstone Ridge to Garnet Keep across uncharted territory because there's no roads there. Um, that would be uh, another 200 miles. So it's looking at like 500 miles worth of travel in total just to get to Garnet Keep. Unless you have some way to fast travel.
Not now.
Edwin, turn into something really small and I will throw you.
That didn't work for me though. The rest of you would still have to catch up.
True.
Yeah.
Yep, it's a.
I say we just get a couple of some horses and just go.
My plan was to make it to Bloodstone Ridge, potentially look for
Better
more,
mounts.
yeah, for getting into the mountains and
Yeah.
attempting to make our way to the village I was born in, because potentially they are the only people I would know if they are still there or have survived. Not saying that part out loud, that potentially know of any of the passes that would get us from this area into the Obsidian Peak.
That's good with me. That's what I figured.
Yeah.
kind of doing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just going to the next town to get better mounts for the harder terrain.
Well, for where we're going to be and what we're doing, that'll be Bloodstone Ridge.
Yep.
Or we could do like Coffee said and fuck off into the wilderness, and it's at the 200 miles of uncut tragedy.
Well, Kinlan's knowledge and my knowledge tells us that at worst, we have a month to get from where we are to where we need to be before we're just screwed until winter's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Well, let's.
Yep. That's the only time crunch. It's
well,
winter
well,
setting in.
while Karubi is looking at mounts and carts, Lagan will be looking into the cost of actually purchasing travel to get from here to the Bloodstone Ridge.
Um, fat to travel quickly is
Yes.
going to be yeah, it's 350 miles or so. To travel quickly in that time, so like 14-hour travel days, uh, that is looking going to be somewhere around. I'll just give you an estimate: 1,000 gold.
This is gonna be like
1,000
fucking
gold.
Mount Everest.
I mean, that's
And
basically where you're going.
Our
and
only
potentially,
waypoints. Our only waypoints is gonna be a fucking village of bodies.
and potentially, how much time does that shave off of the month and a half of travel from here?
You can get to Bloodstone Ridge for 1,000 gold in about 2 weeks.
And it's what, 3 weeks if we
Your
do
first shot.
the
It's a month and a half if you did it on your own,
no no
walking.
What?
if we do with the caravan style, it's like 3 weeks.
Oh, it's a month.
It's a month.
Yeah. Because the caravan makes
Lagan,
stops, even though it's a 10-hour travel day.
Lagan would come back to the rest of y'all and put it before you, and you know, if we travel as you suggested, it would be cheaper, but it's still going to take us a month. And if we're not in the mountains and where we need to be by that time, potentially we get snowed in and can't leave.
Okay.
Okay, what if
Now,
Sorry.
no, go ahead.
No, what if we do like they did before, and you have horses that aren't pulling, and we have just two sets of horses to double travel during the day because just walking isn't as strenuous.
Well, if we were going to get a cart, I would suggest a team of 4.
Yeah, two to pull and then two to rest.
Mm-hmm. Alternate until we get at least to the Bloodstone Ridge, but that's still, we're looking at 3 to 4 weeks to get from here to there. On foot as we are, it's a month and a half. Now, it's a bit more expensive, but for 1,000 gold, we could purchase travel from here to there and be there in about 2 weeks.
I don't know why we couldn't do that with our own mounts. It's just beelining it.
You even have 100 platinum? That could be put to a lot of good use besides traveling.
Technically, we could do whatever the fuck we want because we have just about 1,000 platinum.
I think we're good.
So,
I don't. You know
We
what?
buy our-
I'm gonna
we buy
go
our
ahead and
horses.
be. I'm. No, let's take the easy option. Let's go with the group that is going to get us there quicker.
Yeah.
The bonus of being in a group with pirates that steal everything.
I
Not
spend
like
1,000 when we could
nailed
spend
down.
250. That's all I'm saying.
Because we still have like a shit ton of money on us.
What if we
I'm
spent
all
like
for being thrifty, but I also know the area and know that if we are not anywhere near where we need to be before the first storms hit, we are going to get snowed in and we're not going to be able to make any bit of travel through the mountains. It gets more treacherous. The passes become more unstable. It's a higher risk of avalanches, and after the first snows, the first heavy snows, the passes are impassable.
I just don't see what that caravan going straight there can do that we can't to me there in the same amount of time.
It's magic.
Yep.
There's magic involved.
Oh,
Yeah.
That
fuck.
we don't have.
I don't have access to it. Do you?
Unless you have some teleport spells.
All right.
Alright, we're taking that way then. I will deduct the money from our thing.
Okay.
Okay.
Which means you're not...
Again, we had like 933 platinum. We can afford it.
Right. And so, during that travel, the only stop really made would be in Silverleaf if you wanted to spend any time there. If you don't, then it could be skipped.
Kenwin was looking for books, so potentially a day for looking at a library or somewhere that we might be able to find books for Kenwin.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, I don't have, I don't see or have any need to look for anything in Silverleaf.
Okay. So, Kinwin is looking for books.
Check to see if there's any books specializing in the grasslands, mountains, savanna, or volcano.
Okay. Then I'll have you roll for it. Make me a nature check with your intelligence score. So intelligence and your proficiency if you have proficiency in nature.
$24.
24. Ooh, you know how to spot them, like like you've done this before. You're able to find a book on each of them. That would be detailing what you're looking to do. For 2 gold apiece. Because they are very thick, very kind of textbooks almost. Like school textbooks almost. And so you find those. You can spend the travel time to read them. From Silverleaf to Obsidian Peak, and if you are taking a feat at a new level to obtain expertise, then we'll talk about that.
Can I use 6 gold from the team treasury? I only have 2 on
Yeah.
me.
Yeah, sure.
All right, bought and paid for, and you can spend your To be fair, any amount of reading that you want to do on this travel is completely on you, because that's something that you can do while you're traveling, because you are basically being taxied. You have a driver who has their kind of special sort of carriage that works on both magic and on horsepower for riding, and so you are essentially at the hands of a wizard who has made a taxi service.
Lagan would probably borrow your book on the mountains to see if anything has changed in the 20 plus years that he's been away.
Yeah, we can definitely do a roll for that over the course of the travel. Any other reading that anyone else is doing on the travel there?
Robo would just be picking up little knickknacks and shiny things, maybe a map,
For mom and dad.
book, something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
Okay, so assorted gifts and things like that. Yeah, I'll let you have for 2 gold.
Okay. Done.
Aria, would sit down with Vanya, and she would request if Vanya could teach her how to play her own instrument.
Ooh,
Okay.
very nice, very nice, very good. Yeah, because this period of time where you yourself are not doing the traveling, you have time to be able to spend on whatever.
Yeah.
So, I'm allowing this to be a travel-less travel time, if that makes sense.
Beautiful. And Arya would be more than happy to teach Vanya how to play with a lyre harp.
Ooh,
Yes.
a little bit of back and forth. Okay. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Kinwin's reading some books on nature, and the information that you would glean from the mountain book, if you're spending some time reading that, Lagan, is that um, the snow has been less intense as time has gone on, but it is still very much very, very tall mountains. So, less intense might just mean a few inches less of snow. But compared to the winter that it set in 100 years ago, it's starting to feel a little bit more like normal compared to then. Because that 100 years ago, massive snowstorms kept the mountains locked off for the better part of a decade.
Okay.
So,
So are we talking on average 200, 500 inches?
um,
More? Less?
it's less snow than 20 years ago. I'm just going to be
The
that vague
Okay.
because I don't know what
the
that means.
precise
20 years
measurement
ago
is
was more
referred.
than 500, and it's a little less than that, so...
Yeah, it's
The
kind of
precise
I mean,
measurement is
it,
1 metric fuck ton.
yeah. A precise
Yeah, we
measurement I
haven't.
have no concept of out of character, but it
I get
is
that.
progressively going less and less to a more normal before the calamity sort of level.
Okay.
We haven't hit holy shit or goddamn.
Holy shit was a
Not
hundred
yet.
years ago.
Yeah. Now we're just like, well, I have to shovel.
Pick.
Yeah. But as far as inches of snow, it over the last 20 years it is less by a slight margin, not by like a huge margin, probably like 10 to
You know what?
20 inches.
Krobe
Okay.
would like look for something to do during this whole trip
Of course.
because, like, especially on the boat too.
Yep.
I've he would have tried to either pick up a new skill or a language.
Okay.
I think.
Okay. Okay. There's also a number of things in your own inventory that you haven't really done a whole lot of investigating on either.
Oh, do I?
And there's a lot of things in there that y'all haven't really had a whole lot of time with,
Yeah.
like the various books of magical nature that you've picked up. Unless you're unless you're scared to ask your wizard friend about those things.
Mm,
Arya would be on that like white on rice.
Okay.
She
Yeah.
wants to know about the magic of this world. What's going on?
So the two books that you have at your disposal are the book that you found in the possession of Lord Kaiji, and that journal that has a section of it locked off. That is supposedly written by Dr. Celine Silverleaf.
Sorry, my internet just shut like out, so I heard none of that.
Oh, okay. The two books that you have available that you haven't really done a whole lot of research on is the book you
Okay.
found in the possession of Lord Kaiji and the journal that y'all recently picked up that is written by Dr. Silverleaf.
Okay.
I thought when Lagan had downtime, I had said that Lagan was trying to read that journal get more information because she seemed to be the only one that had any idea about the vampire.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that. Um. So to upon investigating it, Lagon, in the time that you'd been on the boat, you would find
Mhm.
that if you wanted to unlock the section that is locked, you would have to magically attune to it mechanically.
Okay.
Are you of good
Well,
alignment?
yes.
Okay, then it would unlock for you.
Then Lagan would actually do that.
Okay.
And give me just a second.
Normally, I don't do a whole lot of alignment-based sort of items, but when it comes to certain things, yeah, that's that's a deal.
Yeah, Lagan would take some time to attune to the book and uh, momentarily, at least for as long as he's needing to read this book, unattune to his armor
Okay.
so that he can attune to the book.
All right, then let me make a quick edit uh to this here because I have some notes that will become visible to you as you attune to it.
Okay.
And save. There you go. That's refreshed. So now you have now you have info on now that you've attuned to it, info that the others would not have unless they did too.
Okay. Where is that? Where's
The journal
that
is under the artifacts section in Roll20.
artifact? Okay. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay, and Kurobe, you wanted to do some learning of a skill and or a language.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, whatever would be appropriate that I could get done in the time of
Mm,
traveling across the water and like this trip or whatever.
okay.
I don't
Uh,
know how long we were on the boat and stuff because I was under the weather.
yeah. You were on the water for about 2 weeks, and now you're traveling up towards the Bloodstone Ridge over the course of 2 weeks. So you've had a total of about a month of time to be able to do something like that. So the common languages of Ionia would be, of course, they're common, which is relatively understandable if through a thick accent. Uh, the the giant language, um, and let me see. What do half orcs speak? Do they speak Orcish?
Common or Orcish, probably.
Common and Orcish, yeah. So, Common and Orcish are the common languages. So, there is a book on the Orcish language, which is a bit different from Goliath. They're both very much giantkin related. Kind of similar in some ways and kind of different in others. But those are the two um, sort of foreign languages that you don't already know that might be something you could pick up. You would have the basics, so you would be able to add your proficiency to either of those over the course of this time. But your fluency is always going to be needing developed. So
I would probably do giant because then I could practice with Lagan and
yeah, Lagon would be a good practice partner with it,
Oh yes.
especially the prayers that he says to the Wild Mother, which are always in giant.
yeah.
So you'd understand what Lagon would be saying. So when you land in Bloodstone Ridge, is when you would have the full benefit of having practiced the language.
Okay. I just figured he would have something he would be doing.
Yeah, yeah, and you've been working on this since the boats. That's what I'll give you.
Yeah.
That you can add that proficiency once you've gotten to Bloodstone Ridge.
Awesome.
Lagan is spending all the time that he can to read this book.
Okay, you would have
For-
plenty of time to be able to do it. Especially if you were to do about 10 hours of reading a day, which you have the availability to do.
That was the intent.
Mm-hmm.
And working with Kurebe on Learning Giant,
Yep.
I believe, are going to be consuming his days for the travel.
Yep.
So.
Yep. You are fully booked.
Yeah.
Literally.
When
Yes.
she's not teaching or learning from Arya, Vanya's gonna be kind of reading up on the history and some of the continent.
Okay. Go ahead and make me a history check, since we've picked up various materials on this place already.
16.
Okay. You would know, based on that the country of Darmstadt is considered a theocracy, where where religious doctrines are essentially the word of law, where the rules and precepts of the creator gods, based on doctrine, are first and foremost. The creator gods being Pelor, the Dawn Father, Melora, the Wild Mother, and Moradin, the Soul Forger. And between those three, dedication is kind of varied, but most, if not all, citizens of the country do worship all three to some degree. That also means that they believe in the destroyer gods, which as we've mentioned, were the ones who out of spite gave the different curses to mankind. And so they absolutely believe in the creation myth of the world, between the creator and the destroyer gods, and that other entities and gods have been created to fight the war between these two warring parties. Because of that, there are temples and shrines and different things to the creator gods everywhere that you see. There's all sorts of monuments. There's all sorts of iconography. You see holy symbols just about everywhere. The people are always, when they stop by a shrine, make a gesture to as a very quick prayer, sort of a thing. In recent history, there have been cults devoted to other entities or the destroyer gods that have periodically tried to brew chaos in the country, and so it's always kind of an ongoing sort of seek out and do away with sort of things. You do know that there is a very important graveyard in the city of in Diamond City that is said to be some of the resting site of some very important warriors of history, and that a lot of what comes out of this country, as far as like exports and things like that, there's a lot of book writers, a lot of wizards and theologians and other academics who do a lot of writing and art for the various depictions. A lot of very beautiful paintings have been seen you could see in these books, replications of these paintings, and statues and monuments and things like that, all considered to be very much the primary thing that this country is known for. Um, and so it's definitely very beautiful as far as that goes. The art of the country. Um, and so yeah, to kind of put the look of the people into perspective, you kind of get a mix of uh, for us in the real world of Scottish influences and Viking influences in architecture and culture and dress, uh, and but very religious in a lot of the things that they do, which is a very stark, drastic comparison to where you come from in the Green Empire, where the the uh, the 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 main thing is that the whole country has has thrown off religion in the Green Empire, kind of using more of a more of a like business influence as their primary mode of rule in the empire. So it's very, very different compared to what you've seen in the past.
Okay.
Might come as a bit of a culture shock for Vanya, probably more so than others.
Oh yeah.
Lagan feels right at home with a lot of that. Kidwin.
Oh, absolutely.
Kidwin's a druid. He's more in tune with nature, so all this religion might be a little bit of a culture shock too. What about Arya? What does Arya think about all of this?
She's in awe about how many shrines there are. And maybe there's a little bit of silence as she observes looks at some of these deifications, sees that they take on forms that look like people, like men and women, humanoids.
Mm.
You might notice that she stops at every small statue and just kind of like caresses the face for a moment before moving on, and curious about everything else, the people, the culture, the society.
Yep, learning right there alongside Vanya too.
Mm-hmm. To her, she doesn't necessarily say it outright, but when she thinks of a shrine, she's used to them having dragons on them.
There are the occasional ones dedicated to a dragon. You would find that it's the platinum dragon that is often depicted, but there are a couple of those throughout. But most of them are to Palor, to Moradin, or to Melora.
Maybe for a moment when she comes across one of the ones with the dragon, that's the one she stops at the longest. But the moment someone speaks up at her, she'll just move on from it.
Would Lagan see this?
I think you all would see it because you're riding in a taxi, more or less.
Okay. So, seeing how she has caressed practically every statue, when she spends more time with the dragon, Lagan would want to insight check and ask, a friend of yours?
I wouldn't necessarily say that. Maybe. What is the dragon god?
Bahamut?
Bahamut. Why worship a dragon?
Well,
What he
worship
stands for.
anything.
I see your point.
He stands for some good things.
Like what?
Justice for one.
Sorry. I don't mean to laugh, but do continue. What else?
Coffee, how much all would a Kurobe know?
Depends on how much studying you did. Do a religion check. Because Kurobe doesn't strike me as the kind that would have studied the Platinum Dragon. Probably just does a lot of feelings, kind of intuition sort of things.
Yeah, maybe more after.
Maybe more after the incident where you were marked by him,
Yeah.
but that's
Oh,
recent.
I don't have my dice, so I'll
How
have
do
to
you?
do it in roll 20.
Oh, I can. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, we can do that too.
Or if you want to roll one, go ahead.
Either
It's up
way,
to you.
I don't care.
I hate roll 20's dice, and they hate me. So go ahead and roll.
You want me to roll it? All right, rolling a d20. That d20 is a 7.
A 5.
Oh no.
You, as far as knowledge goes, you haven't really done a whole lot of studying. You know some of the basic doctrines and some of the things that you personally have felt. You know the basics of the
Fight the good fight.
yeah, some of and that
I would
you
go off rambling into my own bullshit.
kind of rambling, yeah, a little bit of your own personal experience when it comes to Bahamut himself. Less about what in general he's about, more about your own personal takes.
At least that's what I've kind of found about them. I don't know what they teach nowadays. I've never really done the organized religion thing, but like I said, he stands for some good things.
Lagon would tell everyone, well, Arya, with this conversation, that every god has their own beliefs. The believers have their own paths to the gods. They're not all the same. They have many overlapping points where whereas Kurobe says that he stands for justice. In essence, most of the gods that we built temples and monuments or places of worship to, there are many aspects that overlap with each. Melora has a sense of justice as well. Hers is more tied to maintaining the land and the wild spaces. The Raven Queen has a sense of justice in maintaining the balance between life and death. Those who would corrupt it definitely meet her justice. It varies. Not all are the same. But in essence, they all have many of the same beliefs. They just have different areas that they protect, that they take care of.
I see. I suppose that makes sense.
What's Lagon, the platinum dragon through his studies.
Through your own study, go ahead and make me a religion check yourself.
Uh, 17.
Okay.
Make sure that's right. Yeah, 17.
Okay.
We just lost someone.
Uh-oh.
Who'd we lose?
We lost Fat Guy.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. He did say his net was,
Was being a little,
Acting up.
yeah.
I'm wondering if that's what happened.
You would know the, kind of the a bit more of the, the sort of, things that have been written down about the precepts of the of uh, of the Platinum Dragon, and for the some of that being that a code of honor to a certain degree, that the major precepts are justice and good above all, that honor and respect to righteous innocence, honor and protection to the lesser races, honor and correction to enemies of justice and good, and honor and forbearance for oneself.
I would share what I know of that with Arya. As far as, yes.
No, it's just strange. I'm just not used to the idea.
Of worshiping something?
Of worshipping a dragon. I mean, I am. But not for these reasons. Honor and dragons is... well, it tends to be more antithetical than not. So... maybe that's just my perception.
For those of my persuasion, we gain our powers through the gods that we pray to. Our prayers are what power us. Through those prayers, the gods hear us and empower us.
Tell me, have you ever seen your god, Logan?
Many times.
That's a relief.
I've spoken to her too. Her and the Raven Queen. I've more than one conversation with both, and to be honest, I'm not gonna lie. Meeting the matron and the Ravens is unsettling at the best of times.
I'd have to agree with that.
Speaking to her is even more so.
And yet you've done it.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, the last time was how many weeks ago was it that Kinwin died?
It's been roughly 3 or 4.
About 4 weeks ago.
Arya just looks at Kenwin. Not even subtly.
She had some very pointed. She had some very pointed questions to ask, and from conversations, I assume she asked the same, or at least along those lines.
Talking to the gods is such a strange concept.
I actually didn't do it starting out thinking that they'd actually respond. I was taught it was like talking to a friend, someone that cares about you. You give them your burdens, your issues. Through your prayers and meditations, they'd show you a way. I never actually intended or thought I'd actually hear a word or even see a face. But as I have, I've been told it's even more unusual for those of my ilk than just getting their powers as we do. It's very rare, and very little is known of those of us that can.
Yet you're attuned enough.
But I know without a doubt that, yes, I am attuned to them, and they do hear me.
Maybe you're favored.
I don't know about that. But if I
It's
am,
gotta be something if they speak to you in return.
I count my blessings to be among them. They are what has seen me through all of this. Without them, they've guided every step of my journey. At least the roughly last 26, 27 years.
It's only recently I've been exposed to any such notion. Through you and through Kinlan.
Well, given where you come from, I'm not surprised. I'm surprised you actually took to me as well as you did.
I consider myself to be fairly friendly, regardless. So it's always been a curiosity.
Knowing where you come from and what would happen to me if I were to go there and display as I do and as often and just go through the normal routines of my day, the potentials of what would happen is, as I said, surprising that you and Shay took to me as well as you did.
Well, to be fair, I still have many books hidden away that I took from one of the temples that used to be in town.
Oh?
Father of one of my friends owns one of them, and he kept the books just hidden away behind a locked door.
He owns the temple.
Many of them were turned into storage places. He runs a blacksmith shop, so he keeps plenty of things stored away in there. But all the books and iconography was kept further back in the locked room. My friend, his son, took it upon himself to test his skills in picking his father's locks.
Uh,
There was a
That-
group of us that tried.
That's a strange concept for me. As well, the cities have their own temples and places of prayer. Such places belong to the people, not a single person.
Yeah.
If you've noticed, everywhere we've gone, if there is anything to Melora, if there is a structure, it's open air. There's no roof.
Mhm.
Uh, the majority have no structures. There's at best an altar for
Yeah,
most of those places.
with religion not being that big anymore and all the laws coming down, a lot of the temples were converted and changed up. Many of them owned by private hands now.
I would be, I would say that it isn't lessened. It's just it's been driven underground.
Yeah, there were a couple smaller villages that Shay and I both traveled through that, you know, still worshipped and still had their gods. Wasn't anything shocking. It's to be expected, to be honest.
Hmm. I can't imagine all of that knowledge owned by private individuals kept from the people.
Well, I don't
I,
know about most of the knowledge from the other temples. I just know about that one because he didn't see a reason to get rid of it.
my understanding was most of that was destroyed. At least that was the impression I was given.
I wouldn't know. Some things may have been kept, some things may have been destroyed. I think it just comes down to where it's at. Probably in Coldcaster, most of it was destroyed.
The the blame of religion for all trials, tragedies that befell from the calamities is, I would say, misplaced, but as I am not from your area, I can't speak to the general ideals or why religion was outlawed.
I can only tell you what we've heard coming down from the Emperor.
I've there are a lot of things that I could blame for a lot of things for why things have gone the way they've gone in my life, but religion is not part of it. My beliefs are what guide me. The connections that I have to the Wild Mother, even the Matron of Ravens, are not just guideposts, they're comforting. It may not be for every soul, because, well, yeah, there are things you do that you get on the bad side of either one of them, and the lightning that you see that Kenwin and I can throw about is the least of your worries when it comes to that. And if they get your hands on you after this, then, whew, I don't know what happens, and I don't want to know.
I don't think I want to know either, to be
Uh,
honest.
I don't think anybody wants to be on that side of the conversation, and if they are, it's the last place they ever expected to be. And if they did expect to be there, they're shocked as hell when they get there.
In more ways than one, most likely.
Yeah. I can't go into specifics as no. The Raven Queen has given me tidbits of information that that's the last place anyone would ever want to be with her. So, but what I know and what I know of the religion is that every choice we make has a consequence. The way we live our lives, the way we treat each other, the land. All is judged by those that come when we've gone. Not just the people that come behind us, but wherever we wind up in the after.
Yeah.
Now, I can't tell you how I know there's an after. Just know there is.
Honestly, I don't know whether I believe in one or not at this point.
Whether you do it or not, I'm telling you, there's at least one God that probably has a finger on you. A place picked out.
It would almost be interesting to try and figure out which one.
I don't know. I can't say.
All right. Well, with that being said, the lot of you do make it to Bloodstone Ridge, and in the time that you had been given, the 2 weeks is up, which means those of you who were working on something, Kurobe with his language proficiency, Lagon with reading the book that that was written by Dr. Silverleaf, Kinwin with some of his nature knowledge. All of you were able to, and Kinwin, you said you were working on expertise, right?
Extra what?
You were working on expertise.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give it to you. It's fine. All of you get what you were looking for in that regard. So we're going to take a quick break. And we'll go over some of that off screen. But yeah, we'll be back soon, everyone. We will continue on their journey as time goes on. And get your drinks, get your snacks, get your different things. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D Tale. Last we left off, our party of adventurers, the Lucky Sevens, had finally come upon Bloodstone Ridge, the town very near to where Lagon's mountain tribe had resided. And possibly for this next leg of the journey, we'll be traveling through mountain passes in the nearby mountains as the temperature has continued to grow colder and colder as you've traveled north. It's kind of comes as a shock to some of you as how quickly it's gotten cold. As the hilly sort of grassland and forest that you've traveled through has now turned into more steeper hills and taller peaks, and kind of this town is nestled into kind of a bit of an outcropping in this side of in the sort of hills leading up to the mountains, kind of flanked on all sides by very tall land, and this land obviously is very snowed over at this moment. There's several inches of snow on the ground in general, and going from Silverleaf to Bloodstone Ridge has been a little treacherous, as the driver of the vehicle that you've been riding in had to switch out wheels for more sleigh treads to better accommodate the sort of terrain and the snow that you'd been going over as of recently. And so, but you have made it to the town on time, and when you arrive, it has all of the amenities of a small town that you would expect. Taverns and markets and different things that a group of adventurers or tourists might want to buy. But you also notice that this town is predominantly Goliath. That a lot of the more towards the mountains that you go, the higher percentage of Goliath that you see when it comes to the various peoples around here. A lot of them have very similar markings in similar patterns to Lagon. Some are a little bit more intricate, others a little bit more plain, but sort of dark stripes on gray skin, sort of look to all of them. Mostly speaking in giant, as time has gone on, which is very different from common. And so a lot of the people that you see are speaking in giant. Some are speaking in common, so you do get the sense that speaking with them is not going to be a very big issue. But with this being more of a mountain town, those who are a little bit more cold equipped live in this particular region. And so you still find some of the things that you have been seeing, like shrines and temples dedicated to the gods. You also see that things are just kind of quiet around here. It's looks like this is more of a freshwater fishing town when it comes to like different goods that they sell. As the Sapphire Lake is predominantly very, very large. You've been seeing it on the edge of your vision as you've been driving, as the driver of the cart has been kind of pulling up towards this city, small town sort of place. It doesn't look like it gets warm enough even during the summer, maybe for farmland. So there's not really a whole lot of farmers up this way. Um, you get the you also get sort of a mining town sort of a feel to it, as mining, stone and precious metals and gems from the nearby mountains, whatever may be there, is also some of the work that's done in this town. So it's kind of a mining and fishing town from the look of it. It doesn't have very tall buildings. Uh, it's all relatively small buildings. A lot of them very built with maintaining warmth in mind, and as the winters do get very cold, so shielding against snowstorms and possibly even being snowed into your own home is a real possibility. So they've all kind of adapted to that sort of a style of living. But you are now in Bloodstone Ridge, on the edge of the Sapphire Lake. What do you do?
Lagan is going to start looking for the stables to inquire about at least purchasing mounts, if not slitted cart to travel through up to the village that
Mm-hmm.
Lagan was from.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you make a mention of the village?
Not while looking for the mounts.
Mm.
Lagan would actually to make mention of that would go to where he remembers the main meeting hall of the community would be,
Mm-hmm.
to inquire about them,
Okay. Okay.
since that was where we conducted most of our business.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So going to the stables to get animals that would be suited for making the travel through the sometimes narrow and very deep snow mountain passes, um, is gonna cost. It would be the same cost uh, as a cart and horses. They're just, I don't know that they'd be horses. I think they'd be something else maybe, but it would be the same
So
cost for the
so
the
50 per animal, and
50 per
like draft
animal.
horses,
Yep.
and then the 100 or whatever it was for the cart.
Yeah, it would be those prices to purchase
Okay.
those things. Yep.
Yeah.
And depending how many animals you want, 50 gold each. And they definitely look like
So
they're built for mountain travel.
so roughly 300 to 400 gold.
To purchase and own for yourself, so you don't have to return
Yeah,
them.
right. And hey, if we get trapped out there, hey, we've got a ready stock of food.
Well, a cart's only 15 gold. So,
Oh, okay. So how much does a 15 gold cart carry?
200 pounds.
That's Lagan by himself.
Yeah. Actually, that won't even hold Lagan.
Yeah, Lagan with
Yeah.
all of his equipment equipped is somewhere closer to like 350.
Let's see.
No, Lagan without any equipment is like 300.
Yeah, he's big boy. So you would need
Well,
a
we
cart.
could.
No, Lagan without any equipment is 400.
Oh, he is a big boy.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
8 feet tall.
He's 8 feet tall and muscular. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. We could get a wagon that's 35
That's
gold. It carries 400 pounds.
that's what Kurobe was looking at, was the wagon.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
and I said
Only
cart. I
35.
apologize. And then it's 35 for the wagon, and then it's 50 per.
animal.
Yep.
Yeah.
How many
So
animals are we getting?
I would say 4.
Okay.
That way there's a
It's an
team.
easier time,
And-
easier time on the team of
Yeah,
um, of things. There's also the option to individualize individual sled dog teams too.
we could also make it like they were sled dogs and have them where they're in tandem,
Mm-hmm.
so that yes, it does in essence put a little bit more on the first one getting through, but because all of them are going in the same direction, it's easier to pull the wagon.
Yeah. So it kind of would work in that similar sort of fashion where each animal's kind of in a line where it's easier on those in the back
Right. So,
to keep moving. Yeah.
what do you think, Raven? 4 or 6?
I
That's
mean,
that's the biggest thing, because depending on the size of the wagon and what we've got in it, and if we're going to use them more like sled dogs, then
we could
it,
go
it's
either way. It makes no difference to me.
okay.
So if you
That's
think you want to go more, then
With
by all
Lagon
means.
being like the majority of how much that wagon can
Yeah.
carry.
Yeah.
yeah. I would say 4 or 6, either way.
Yeah.
That's where we're so that we have.
Is there a bigger wagon that carries more? Because you said that 400 by himself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me take a
Or a
look.
more sturdy
the-
wagon, one made of metal or something.
Yeah, we could always shell out more. We could get a carriage.
A carriage, which carries how
That
much?
600.
Okay. Can Lagon and a couple of others would be able to fit in that.
And that's only 100 gold.
Yeah, I think that's where Karobe was getting that 100 number from.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know which one
Yeah.
he was looking at. So
So carriage.
So a
Yeah.
carriage and 6 animals to pull it with.
that's 400.
Yep. And
I
you
think
would
at this point, Vanya and Lagan should be able to have proficiency in like mathematics or financing.
With the amount that we do in between each other, yes.
yeah.
Okay. We certainly have enough to cover plus, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Alright, so, carriage and 6 animals. Got it.
Yeah.
Yep. And those will be sturdy enough to make the trip, both the animals and the and the sled, so long as the animals are taken care of. So
And other than the animals, the only thing we need for them will be fodder for
Yep.
Yeah.
For
their
the trip.
rations.
Yep. Which would be at the
And-
price of food for food for horses for travel.
Yeah.
Same
And
price.
that's cheaper than our rations.
Yeah.
Fun.
So
Because they're easy to feed. I don't know what animals they would be, but they're easy to feed or find cheap feed for, so that it's not very expensive for you to be able to feed them on the road.
Yeah, it's only 5 copper per day.
yeah, per animal. So
Yeah.
uh,
So 30 copper per day.
knowing the distance from here to the Obsidian Peak, that's going to put us at what, roughly, potentially 2 weeks to get from here to there.
Yeah, and that's on the that's on the sled.
Right. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Not on foot, because
It's very dangerous to go
Oh.
on foot these days.
A nice,
Yeah.
lovely number. 420 copper for 2 weeks.
Hey, Lamau.
hey, like it. So that that should take care of how we're going to get there. And yeah, uh, I'm not sure what animals are in this area. You
I have no idea either. I don't know anything about mountain travel, so out of character. So what they
these for all I know could be giant goats,
it could be, yeah,
giant mountain goats.
they are an
Like
appropriate animal for traveling on a sled up the mountain passes. So
the giant versions of the bighorn sheep that roam the Rockies.
mm-mm.
Uh, big fluffy. They only look fluffy. They're not
They're
exactly very fluffy.
no, there's some muscle mass between between all that fur.
And there's also a lot of agility because they can climb places that most humans look and they're like, that's a sheer cliff, and they find their footing.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah,
Seeing them
these
on the side of
these
the mountain.
these animals are definitely built to be in warm weather. Like they've been tamed from the mountains
Yeah.
for this
So,
purpose. So
all right, that takes care of that. Lagan will then make his way to the meeting house
okay,
to see if he can find the anyone that he might remember, even though it's been 20 plus years.
right.
Uh,
What you do
because
find
that was
as
where the
you're
elder would be.
right, 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 and what you do find as you're kind of traversing through the market a bit, you are seeing that there is a person who looks like they are um, proselytizing an end of the world.
Lagan will stop and listen for him.
You you overhear them kind of. It kind of sounds like the ramblings of a madman, but based on what you have learned recently, the this man seems to think that the dead are walking.
Lagan will make a mental note of him, and Lagan will make a mental note of him and come back uh, to speak with this man.
After going to the town hall.
Yeah.
Okay. Is anyone else going with Lagon to the town hall, or are you all kind of branching out?
Yes, I'll go with. And I'll go ahead and engage with this guy then.
Okay. He seems to have a few people who've gathered around. That some people at a distance are kind of look like they're kind of mocking him. The people who are closer to him are listening intently. Um, some people are kind of whispering about this and that, about, well, what if it's true, what if it's not, I saw this the other night. um, all kind of all kind of a little bit of discussion surrounding this man as you're approaching, that you're overhearing. But he's kind of propped himself up on a crate, and kind of wearing some warm gear, but also looks like uh, he hasn't washed his clothing in 2 weeks. He looks a little
How,
rough around the edges.
other than dirty and rough, how old does he look?
Um, Make me a perception check.
Yay, I'm really good at these. That is a 26.
He he looks just a little older than you, but he's obviously spent a lot more time outdoors and in the rough weather than you have. So it's aged
What's
him a little bit.
He
what's he
doesn't
saying?
look,
Go ahead.
he doesn't look familiar to me or sound familiar to me. So
No.
even if he
Yeah.
even if he is 26 years changes a person, especially when you're 8.
Mm-mm.
So uh and Arya just asked me what he's saying.
Mm.
He's foretelling the end of the world. The dead are woken.
The dead.
The dead have returned and are walking. And that's what he tells you from what he's gathered. He would also make mention of what he's hearing from the rest of the group that's surrounding him
Mm, mm.
about those that are mocking him and those that are questioning whether or not
What,
it's true.
whether he needs to go to an asylum.
Right. Sharing all of this information because I'm sure most of it
The
is giant.
Mm-hmm.
Lagon. Lagon.
Yes.
Ask him. He says he speaks of the dead. Where has he seen them?
Okay, I was planning on doing this later, but all right. Um, in Giant, Lagon would ask him, "Where have you seen the dead, sir? Where are they walking?
In the mountain pass.
Which mountain pass?"
The Bloodstone Pass. The pass that leads to Cilicia across the mountains.
Does Sisia still exist?
Does what still exist?
The city that or whatever that you just mentioned,
That's the country across the mountains.
Cilicia.
Yeah.
Does the village through the Bloodstone Pass still exist?
No. No, it toppled 25 years ago. 26. I forget.
26.
Ruined by raiders.
Are you sure it was raiders?
I don't know. That's what they say.
That's the rumor, eh?
That is the rumor, eh? But the villagers are walking again. Lifting out of the snow and the dirt.
The villagers are walking again.
I've seen them. He's mad.
Hold
Arya.
your tongue or lose it.
And with the people like jeering behind Arya, she just kind of like hides into Lagon a bit, holding on to his waistcoat or whatever is there.
He is still wearing his armor, but you can hold on to the portion of the great kilt that folds over his shoulder because he is still wearing his great kilt.
Yep.
He specifically got it even in Argil and Combe where they were, specifically of a thick, heavy woolen, as
Yep.
that's what he's used to. And there's a large portion that hangs over his shoulder that can be used. You've seen him use it like a cloak. You've seen him use it as a blanket. Whatever he needs.
It's very versatile. This heavy great kilt.
And like flannel, you wouldn't know, but even when it's wet, it stays warm. It keeps the warmth, so you don't get cold even when it gets wet. But when the person starts jeering, Lagan would turn around and in Giant holds your tongue or lose it.
What's it matter to you?
Him? No. The people he's speaking of? Yes.
And these people who were jeering just start to walk away. Kind of whispering amongst each other instead.
Keep going. Lagan will carefully approach this man. they're implying that he's crazy, that there's something wrong with him.
And when you look at him, he
Uh,
looks like he's a little paranoid as you're approaching. He's kind of shrinking into himself a little bit. It looks like he's kind of reaching uh, for a dagger that might be on his belt. You could stay. You could stay right there.
I mean you no harm, sir.
I get that. Just keep.
Lagan holds his hands up.
You got a hammer on your belt and a shield on your back.
And another hammer on my back as well. And don't look too closely. There's lots of weapons.
You just look ready to fight a
So
man.
Lagan is going to cast calm emotions on the man.
Okay. What saves that? Charisma?
That's what I'm looking at right now, trying to look up. Suppress emotions in a group of people. 20-foot radius. Centered on a point you choose, and I'm choosing him. Yes, charisma saving throw.
Well, he fails. He is calmed.
Oh, I am suppressing the paranoia specifically,
Okay.
so that the Lagan has a chance to approach him without potentially being stabbed. While this is concentration for up to a minute,
Mm-hmm.
and Lagan is going to cast Cure Wounds on the man.
Okay. He doesn't look like he was injured all that badly. He's some of the scrapes that he might have received recently sent kind of heal over and kind of disappear from his body. Thanks. Who are you?
My name is Lagan. Calatiano. And you are?
Glaciano. You're from here.
That I am.
Well, okay.
And you?
Just call me. Nobody's asked that in years. I forget my name.
26?
I kind of forgot my name. Most just call me Mad, so just call me Mad.
I'll just call you Hatter.
Hatter. Like a Mad Hatter.
Mad as a Hatter?
Yeah. Where'd you hear that one?
Oh, met a man that made hats, and he was crazy. He was mad. There's a reason they say mad as a hatter, and it's not a euphemism. I'm told that the chemicals they use to dye and make the things they do greatly affect their abilities to think.
Ah.
It's
So your hat makers are mad,
potential.
all of them.
They do it long enough, eventually, yes. Unless they have a steady healing on hand to counteract the effects of the toxins that they deal with. The chemicals and processes that they use are highly toxic to the body.
You missing
And
man
not
be.
only does
You seem to know a lot about the body. Medicine man?
um of a sort,
Oh,
yes.
well, you patched up my bruises.
I am one of the hats I wear for the vocation I have chosen is that of a healer,
He's mad as a hatter too.
potentially. Um, and at this point, Lagan is going to switch over into common to see if he only speaks giant or if he actually speaks common too.
His comment's very rough when he starts to speak in it,
That
but it's understandable, but very rough. Very thick accent.
that Lagan does not want to leave Arya and Vanya out of the loop with this.
Okay.
What can you tell us of the dead that are walking? You said the villagers are rising from the snows.
Yeah. The Sharpas.
No
The
one,
escorts.
no one has seen them for 26 years.
Not till recently.
How recently?
Couple of couple of months. They say I can feel it. Death is coming for all of us.
Insight.
Inside check him.
I would insist on that.
Are you giving me advantage or are you rolling your?
I'm giving you advantage.
Advantage it is.
That is going to be 27.
Yeah, absolutely you overwhelmed. You can read everything between the lines with this man. To be fair, there are no between the lines. He's not trying to trick you.
And I wanted to make sure
Yeah.
that
He believes earnestly what he is saying.
I get that.
Whether he's mad and believes it, that still remains to be seen, but he believes what he's saying.
And is there anyone that can back up your claims of the dead rising
No,
through the past?
no, no. I'm the only
Okay.
one. I've been I've been trying to tell people what I've seen from these months, and no one believes me. No one will go with me.
Well, I have some friends near the stables. Do you think you could go and wait with them for a bit?
That I sure.
Lagan will put a gold in his hand.
Oh,
Vanya, would you escort him to Korobe and Kinwin?
Sure.
I
seriously? He kind of waves the gold at you.
yes.
I can eat for a month
You
off
can
of this.
you do what you want with it.
He
And if
kind
what you
of
tell
like
me,
starts digging into his clothing, finding the most secure place that he can put this gold, and he's going to put it there and then cover himself all the way back
if,
up, look like he's not minding his own business.
if you prove to be truthful, and the tale you're telling, I have 5 more for it.
They don't want you to know. These men of death, they don't want you to know.
Well,
They
we're gonna
can't
know
hide
one
it.
way or another.
Let me just say they can't hide it from me. If they are what you claim, I will know. And Lagan will take Arya and head towards the where he was intending to go from the start.
The town hall.
Yes, sorry. Brain fart.
Yep. Leaving Hatter in the capable hands of Vanya.
Yes. Don't really want to split everybody up, but as I don't trust him to go there and stay, it's a choice between Arya and Vanya at this point as to who to send. And I rolled for that. And sorry, Vanya.
Short end of the stick. You got stuck with the madman.
I don't think he's mad though.
Well,
But
we'll
yeah,
have to find out. Yep. But that being said, Lagon and Arya are headed towards the town hall, and you're wanting to meet with the the mayor or town elder or whatever
yeah.
it happens to be.
The mayor or the elder, whichever is available,
Mm-hmm.
uh, or potentially both.
Look on.
Yes.
Why wouldn't the town elders and officials want anyone to know that the pass is dangerous?
I have ideas, and you will hear Lagan vastly lower his voice to a barely audible whisper with this. You have does Lagan know whether or not Arya has any of the memories of before?
She mentions a little bit about it, but
That
how it
that's
is
why,
that it's very sporadic.
like I said, it's a vague knowledge of it. So Lagan would tell you to if you have had access, look into the into Rune's memories of what happened to Lord Kaiji.
Lord Kaiji.
Coffee,
Mm-hmm.
would I have memories of Lord Kaiji?
Roll an insight check. We're gonna make this interesting.
All right.
And as you're doing this, Lagan is telling you little bits of the story.
Which will spark.
Apparently, it wasn't that fucking important. Um, 4 total.
Given that Lagan is trying to spark your memory with some things, go ahead and roll it again. That's his advantage.
Okay, advantage. And the other one is a nat 20, so 21.
Hey, Lamau.
At first she's like, who? What?
and then it dawns
The
on you.
former ruler of Kombay.
Yep. It dawns on you that the interaction with Lord Kaiji, he had the dead and his guards all kind of serving him to a purpose of undeath. And you recall the book that was in Lord Kaiji's possession that you all found. Rune was particularly interested in that book for a brief period of time, but didn't get very far in exploring it.
Lagan, the moment you see that she remembers, she just covers her mouth. You see her hands are actually like shaking a bit.
And that he was the reason there were dead walking in Kombe. Is what you piece together.
She squints her eyes for just a moment.
You're muted,
I'm
Mojo.
sorry.
Look, you get the impression, Arya, that Lagan is the town's leaders are potentially doing the same thing, at least from Hatter's tales of what's going on. And if they're trying to keep it under the wrap and not let people know that the passes are dangerous, with the dead rising and walking about, potentially there's at least one, if not more than one person in this town that is responsible, and in a similar fashion as to Lord Kaiji.
No. No, we can't let that continue.
No, I can't. And as I said, if he's telling the truth, I do have 5 more gold for him. But there's still more information that we need. And it's not that I don't trust him. I believe he believes wholeheartedly the things he's telling. And whether or not he's mad, he believes it. I need more information. And the only place I know to get it is through the town hall, through the mayor, through the elders, ones that had most contact with my village.
Gotcha. Okay. You just tell me what you need help with.
Honestly, I don't know at this point. He says the Sherpas are the dead that are rising, which means that's my family. The one I was born to. Not the found.
You see Arya's face grow very grim.
And at the thought of it, you see a single tear trickle down his eyes, down his cheek. At the thought of this is his family, and he may be the one who has to put him down.
Arya reaches up and wipes his tear away. And holds his cheek for just a moment.
Small as she is.
You kind of leaned over with Arya whispering at this point, so
Mm-hmm.
it's much easier for her to reach his face. He takes a moment to regain his composure and then begins walking the town.
All right.
Arya watches him for just a moment. I'm so sorry, look. Wild Mother. Please protect him. And she quickly catches up to him shortly after that.
All right. Well, you go to the town hall, which is generally an open building, um, kind of looks like a big sort of meeting space for a lot of different uses. Um, it it looks like the uh, the person who would be in charge of the city elders, um, and the mayor of the town would be in today. And it looks like they are mingling with some of their residents. Amongst the residents, they're mostly giant, a few humans, who are obviously bundled up a lot warmer than the giant din are. But there's it seems like there's a wide variety of people here. There's uh, a number of looks like half Goliaths. You can tell because they do have the sort of beards, but they're also they're also tall, like their Goliath kin.
Right.
So it's there there's a mix of different types here. Their markings are obviously a little lighter than some of the the true giant kin, but there's a variety of different people that you see. The um you can tell that uh, the the mayor is in fact in that position because he has this sort of almost kind of like a religious form of diadem on his head that kind of
Mm,
indicates his position as both religious and uh, economic leader of the town,
okay.
and so it kind of serves in that purpose. While the town may not be very large, uh, it does he does have that position, and you can see that some of the other members of the room also have badges of position for different fields that they're in charge of for in economic and religious reasons.
Right.
Um, as it is still very much a town in a country that is very religion focused, um, which kind of seems to center a lot around Palor, but definitely has influences of the Wild Mother and Moradin as well. So this this mayor, the diadem has kind of like a sun kind of crested in the middle of it. Um,
Okay.
Kind of to imitate a lot of the imagery that of Palor that you have seen in the past. So,
Okay.
um, but they seem to be busy talking amongst themselves. Some of the so you are free to either mingle or go directly to him.
Lagan's just casually, slowly making his way out around, seeing what he can pick up of
Mm-hmm.
the conversations.
Mm-hmm. Okay, make a perception check.
24.
I'm picking up a lot of talk that seems to be kind of community focused, where they're talking, how to prepare, for the winter, how to improve some of those preparations that compared to last year. Um, there's some people talking about uh, recent events that have gone on. That the winter solstice had recently just passed, and that they're preparing for the closure of the passes to uh, and how to accommodate those who might be trapped in the city uh, and can't get back to across the mountains if they're stuck there. Um, there it seems that the town is doing fairly well as far as the economy goes, um, but one person does bring up that Hatter, the man that you had dubbed Hatter,
Yes.
had been outside making a ruckus again.
Hmm.
That they're not sure if they should be uh, calling in the authorities to wrangle him up and take him to an asylum nearby.
Yeah.
One of which is someone you recognize from the crowd that was jeering at him.
So the person that was speaking about the passes, is it in the group that's with the mayor, or is it separated?
Uh,
Are they separated?
it was in the group with the mayor because it looks like that's his concern right now.
Okay. Lagon would, having heard all this, casually make his way up to the elders and the mayor.
Good afternoon, friend.
Oh, afternoon.
Don't think I've seen
So,
you around these parts before.
well, not in 26 years if you're from here.
Hmm. I
The
don't think I
passes.
recognize your face. Then again, if it's
It
been
has.
26 years, my memory is it's waning as
And
as an old man would.
have I heard the mayor's name mentioned
Uh,
in this conversation that they had before I walked up?
they called him Jarl Elric.
Jarl Elric. Is that the name of the Jarl before?
Uh,
Or, no.
make a history check. Or no, actually, do a higher. What's a higher low? Higher low. I'll roll a high.
I'm going, I'm, I'm going low.
Low. That is a low number, just barely, but it is a low number. He is this. He is the same Jarl as you remember when you passed through here 26 years ago. Because you were just passing in, for a brief
Right.
period of time.
Well, Jarl Elric. It has been many years since you.
Well,
And I know nothing of the outcomes of what's gone on, what's come to pass in this area for those 26 years. I am Lagan Calagiano.
Calagiano.
I am from the village in the pass. My people were the Sherpas that guided peoples through the pass, through the mountains.
Ah, yes. That's what I know the name from.
You do.
I recognize the name. I hadn't heard it in, like I said, 26 years. As far as I know, the village disappeared into the mountains and was never heard from again. Which is a real shame, because we've had to take up the mantle of guiding since the village had disappeared.
So there are still those who guide through the mountains.
Yes, but I I don't know if they're related to you.
That's not what I asked, and not where I was going with that. anyone that was related to me primarily would have been in village.
Hmm.
So I am in need of a guide through the mountains. I can get us through the passes mostly where I need to go, but I do need a skilled guide.
Are you going across the mountains to the country of
No,
Cilicia?
no, I'm staying in the mountains. So I need someone familiar with the mountains,
Ah,
north and south.
I see. Seems like a strange way to get the Garnet Keep.
Where?
Garnet Keep, which is at the base of the Obsidian Peak,
I'm
which is the only other town up near the mountains to require a mountain pass.
right. Oh, he's trying to avoid having to go another 300 miles. And while it may be a little bit slower going, if there are any ways through the mountain,
Hmm.
oh, in the mountains, it would be easier for his for our group to make their way that way. Less
Okay.
attention potentially.
Okay.
But he does have the intent of making his way up through the pass towards Cilicia
Hmm.
at some point to check out the old village.
Yeah, the old village isn't too far into the mountains. It's
Right.
it's kind of just a bit, elevation wise, a bit up, a bit higher
Right.
elevation from where you are, kind of through a winding pass. Um,
Yeah.
kind of still closer uh, to that side of the mountains, and then travel through the pass is then guided
Right.
from there. So it was a relatively small village, even for being nearby. Um, the
Right.
you know
At the mention of Garnet Keep, that's not my intent. As I said, my business is in the mountains, so
in the
I need
mountains.
someone.
Hey,
So as I said, I need someone familiar with the mountains, north and south.
all right. Well, you won't find better guides than here, and you're familiar with some of the paths yourself, and the mountains themselves. Well, uh, there's a group of two individuals who do a lot of guiding
Okay.
through the pass primarily, but they are very familiar with the landscape. And if you're wandering off the path, as it were,
Potentially.
well, then they're the ones to help you wander and guide you back.
Where might I find these individuals?
Uh, they have a uh, they have a little place that they call their own. There's a they've made a whole guild for it. I think it's called the Traveler's Way.
Okay. Well,
And two of them are the specialists for the wandering types.
I do appreciate it, and thank you. And Lagan looks at the one that was jeering and making the rude comments about Hatter. Just gives him a sly little grin and a wink.
And he just looks away from you and goes back to his business, whatever it was he was talking about.
And Lagan will make his take Arya and make their way back to the stables with the rest of the group.
All right, Vanya
And
with. Oh, go ahead.
oh, and tell them that we need to find our way to find these guides in the Wandering Way. Oh,
All right. Well, Vanya, you have had her with you for a moment before you meet back up with Kidwin and Kurobe, and he kind of just looks like he's like holding his clothing tightly to himself. That way he doesn't. He either looks like he's sheltering himself from the cold, or he looks like he's trying to hide that one gold piece in his belt. You're not entirely sure which, or if it's both. What's your name?
Vanya.
Vanya. Where's that from? That's strange.
Come from the Grey Iron Empire.
Oh,
We're in Hessen.
the Empire. Well, ain't been to no Empire myself. But the Empire's always looking to grow.
In one way or another.
What's your empire like?
Oh, you'd find it very strange compared to here. We don't worship the gods.
Well, you're strange. You're not nearly as small as a human. You got long pointy ears. You're an elf.
I'm an elf indeed.
Don't get many of those this way. A lot of your kind are more forest dwellers. Little imps.
We tend to be a little bit mischievous. But she'll tell him all about the Empire and back home.
You miss it.
All the time.
To when you going back?
I don't know just yet. Still plenty of things to discover. Plenty of things to see. We might head that way one day.
You're a wandering spirit.
Always been adventurous.
A wandering spirit that might not find her way home.
I'm sure one day I'll find my way back. Only just to leave it again.
That doesn't sound very kind.
Might not sound kind, but might just be. At least to me.
That's how you know you're a wandering soul. Can't stay in one place more than a minute. Kindred kind we are, you and me.
I think this entire group is full.
Oh,
Gon, Kurobe, Kinwon, Arya.
all such strange names.
No stranger than Hatter, as Lagan decided to call you.
Mad as a hatter, he says.
Yeah, we're all a little bit mad, aren't we?
You have to be. If you can't call any place home for longer than a month.
Exactly. Up from Hessen to Scenic Canal, from Canal to Argyll, from Argyll to here.
You're from... I think it only just dawned on me that you're from the other side of the world. I hear there's monsters in the ocean.
Many monsters.
What's an ocean like?
Vast, Beautiful during the day, pitch black at night. Absolutely full of the unknown. And monsters for sure. Fought a couple on the way.
Now you have to tell me about that one.
And she'll tell him about the fight with the Aboleth. Marrow.
And by the time you finish the story off, you reach your companions.
About that time, she's probably starting in on the fight with the other ship.
There's another elf. A human. Is the big man the only giant kin among you?
Yeah. He is.
Well, I'll be darned. Well, pleasure to meet you.
This is Kinwin. This is Kurobe. Guys, this is,
Greetings.
well, we don't know his actual name, but Lagon's called him Hatter. Time being.
I imagine Kurobe is greeting him in giant and catching him a bit off guard.
Now that is odd. Can't really say your name in giant. There's no translation to those syllables. It doesn't work. How very strange indeed. So many odd people. And Lagon, you would be finding your way back about this time as well. You and Arya.
We're back.
Hello.
What is time with Mr. Hatter? How are you all?
Very interesting man, this one.
I don't. Is this turn interesting a good word?
Yes.
Yes.
It's not dull.
Not dull.
Yes. Dull is bad. Especially for an old man.
Good to know.
So, we've got to, well, at least as, Father Ciaro gives us the, best way that we're going to be able to do what it is that we need to do is there are 2 trackers in town, and, Lagon would give you the location of where we need to go to find them, and potentially to hire.
I've even tried talking to them about what's going on, what happened at the village. They don't believe me. They just say it's buried in snow.
They don't believe you, and as long as you stay with us, I think you'll be all right. So stay close.
Check it out.
Lagon just looks at you, and you know immediately. That is the first place we are going. Now, I don't need a guide for that. However, if we're going to do this and quickly through the mountains, we need these guides. They are the ones that know passes. They know off the beaten pass.
I know a little
North
bit about
and south.
it too.
Have you ever been as far as the Obsidian Peaks there?
No, but I know how you can get there.
Without going to Garnet?
Without going to the Garnet Keep. there's an outcropping that kind of goes off of the path a little bit, and then there's uh, a what used to be a mine from ages past.
There's lots of ancient mines in those.
I know that is there. You follow deep into the mine, you avoid all of the snow for one. But it feeds into, from what I understand, it feeds to a tunnel, like a lava tunnel coming from the volcano.
A lava tunnel?
Yeah.
And goes deep into the earth before
And
coming
you
back
can
up.
guide us there.
I can guide you to the mine. What I know about the
Do
mine,
you-
I actually read in a book.
Okay, so you've not actually been in the.
No, I'm not
Do
going
you
down
know-
there on my own. You mad? It's dangerous.
Well,
The tunnels could collapse on you, and you'd be down there for days, if anybody even cares, and then possibly die, starvation, the toxic air, the everything.
Heather, you take a chance every morning you crawl out of bed.
I ain't taking a chance with a toxic mine.
If you can guide us there,
I know where the entrance is. Down this way. It's
then
still
you go with
miles and miles of tunnels, but
don't you go with us. At least to the mine. The 5 I promised you is yours.
I can lead you to the mine.
Alright. Question.
Mhm.
For the group. Do we want to trust Hatter to do this, or do we want to attempt to see if we can find the guides that the Jarl mentioned?
I'm feeling rambunctious. I want to. I want to take the mine.
I'm down for it. That's my vote. I just want to get opinions and voices of
You know what?
everyone.
Fuck it. Mine's a Moria it is.
Follow the high.
All right,
Come
so
on, you had to see that coming, Coffee.
we're going to skip doing anything in town, and Lagan is going to take some rations from his pack and give them to Hatter.
He takes
And,
one of them, opens it up, and immediately starts scarfing it down.
Climb aboard, and fuck it. We'll skip that, and we're gonna start making our way to Lagan's old village.
All right, which I think is where we're gonna pick up next time, as the Lucky Sevens are looking to make their way up Mountain Pass, find themselves in an abandoned, maybe snow-covered village, supposedly of Walking Dead, and then find themselves in a mine that may or may not lead to a lava stream. We'll find out more about all of that next time. So, thank you guys so much for watching.
Why am I so excited for this?
Because it's
I'm
us.
excited.
Because it's the first
for this.
dungeon crawl you guys are going to do, really.
I love dungeon crawls. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a big fan.
I am too.
Just remember, don't lick up the ball rock.
I don't think
That's
we
a
have any
big
choice in
ask.
that matter.
That's a big ask.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly don't think we have any reason.
It's okay. We don't have Pippin with us.
Nope, no
No, we have a
halflings.
Kurobe.
No halflings, just a Kurobe.
And
Well.
a Kinlan.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. You guys are great. Well, we're going to find out more about that next week. But for now, we're going to get on to some experience for our lovely players. So everybody who came to the table, including Fat Guy for the brief time that he was here before his power died, is all going to get their
Yeah.
5. So he
All
is
right.
so he is still eligible for all of the other, role play prompt appropriate stuff. The getting 2 Bloodstone Rage will grant you that. Yeah, you took the easy route, so I'm going to grant you the 2.
Okay.
2 experience for that. But so that's a total of 7 total from me. So then now we talk about roleplay prompts. So the best who moved our plot, who had the best scene, and who had the best line, and then of course the audience XP, which is granted by the audience to their favorite character from tonight's game. So you all get to vote on that. But that does bring us to who moved our plot.
I'm gonna have to give that to Lagon. This is kind of like his whole thing right now.
Yeah, definitely Lagan.
Gone.
All right, sounds like it's unanimous then. That's a Lagon story arc
Yeah.
so far, anyway.
For now.
For now. Then we have who had the best scene.
I am going to nominate Arya.
Arya. Ooh.
Why me?
There are 2 scenes that in this that really struck home for me. That one with Lagan, where she reaches up and just wipes the tears from his eyes. And then when she stays behind just slightly for a bit and then says a prayer to the Wild Mother, and she does not even believe in the gods. So
You don't know what she believes in.
What I've heard and what's been said gives me the belief, the leaning that she doesn't believe in the gods, much like Rune did not. That's where I'm coming from.
We shall have to find out.
Okay.
But very good, very good examples. Anyone else?
I'll give it to Arya.
Yeah,
Aw.
alright.
All right,
Thank
Arya
you.
it is. Best line.
I'm throwing Vanya's in there for. We're all a little bit mad.
this party especially. Damn.
We're never going to survive unless we are a little bit. So, anyone else?
Any other runners? Yep.
I'm happy with that one.
All right. That's 2
I'll give
votes
it
for
to
Vanya.
too.
All right. Vanya it is then. It seems a little unanimous around these parts when it comes to the roleplay prompts between our cast members.
Completely different from Vampire.
Yeah, very different from Vampire. We've only got 1 vote in the poll so far for the audience's favorite. So get your votes in, guys. You've only got about a quarter of the time left. So I hope you all have enjoyed the session so far.
I love it.
And I have leveled up.
Ooh!
Woo!
What level did
Vanya
you
is
ding?
the first to level every
I am
time.
taking 3rd in Bard.
3rd level Bard.
What level will you become?
Yeah!
3rd level Bard it is. Nice.
Get that multi-class!
And I am holding College of War.
Taking College War. Nice. Love it. It's very appropriate. Yes. I believe in total that makes you level 9, correct?
Yes. This is yes.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh, yay! I get to choose 2 skills to become an expert in.
Yeah, buddy. Yep.
Experience. So what? Next game, next week I should get
Mm.
it.
Next week, get
Don't leave
digging
it
level 9.
tied. Don't leave it tied.
Don't leave it tied. Somebody vote. Somebody vote. So close.
We always have such a bad time with the ties. Please,
There we
someone.
go. Somebody voted Lagon.
Yay!
Yay!
Yay, Lagon.
They sniped that at the last
They
freaking second.
did. Like last second eBay sniping. Come on.
Wow.
But yes, Kinwin, you said you're pretty close to dinging level 9, you said?
Yep, 7 XP away. Should be able to get it next game.
Yep, you're guaranteed 5 for showing up, so there you go. Alright. Alright. Well, that does it for all of us here at the Rebirth side of things. We're gonna go find somebody to raid, and then we'll find out more about this about the village Lagon comes from, and possibly the mine next time. So until then, say goodnight, everybody.
Night.
Right.
Good night.